Hello, my friends. Betty McKnit here, your crochet mama. And I'm here to start the border rounds and the edge on my Ridgy Didge. Doesn't this color just like give life? Um, it gives me life. Here's the Ridgy Didge. Yesterday, I completed the last top round rows of the square off rows, and it's got a beautiful ridge line that's part of the square off rows. So you should really, on for all my videos, I feel like it doesn't even matter if I say this, follow the pattern, because the pattern explains how to finish with the symmetrical stripes on top and bottom. Like, every day I see people who are trying to end their blankets on this row 7 down here, because the pattern goes from repeat row 2 to 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it ends with a half of a repeat. So if you're going to change from the stripes from what is originally written in the pattern, you're gonna have a symmetry issue with your stripes on the top and bottom. But I've already solved it for you. I've already done it for you. But you have to follow the pattern and read the whole thing all the way through. Hi Andrew, hi Amy. Okay, and or if not, you can watch all, this is the 27th video for this series. Hopefully the last. I doubt it'll be the last, but anyways, we're on the edge. We're on the home stretch. Hey Pat. So let's do this. Let's do this. So border round A is border round 1 is continuing with color A, but I had to cut it, and I have to restart it because I ended on the wrong side. So when you work your border, you want the ridge row to be facing you all the time. Okay, that's this row. So flip your blanket over and um, and do the entire border from the right side. I think I have you doing it all from the right side. I have a back post half double crochet, but I could turn it. Let me try it. Let me try turning it and doing front post on every other round. But I wrote it as back post, so I'll have to change that. But I'll decide on this video. All right, border round 1, continuing color A. My copy says, do not fasten off or turn. But you, oh no, that's after I'm on border round 1. My rounds are numbered incorrectly. That's the problem. Hold on, let me fix. So after top edge round row 4, it does say fasten off, continue to border round 1 with color A, turn. Okay. And then border round 1 says with the ridge side facing, join color A with single crochet to top left corner of the blanket. Okay, so I'm going to join it at the corner. All right, and then I have to fix this because the rows the rounds are misnumbered. And then I think I'm going to make another change and turn the blanket so I don't have to do back post. But we'll see how that goes. All right. Border round one with ridge side facing, join, the poll is up, thank you. Join color A with a single crochet to the top left corner of the blanket. Okay, there we go. And then you work down the left side. This is the part that takes forever. You work under 2 threads into the sides of the stitches, working under 2 threads and leaving 1 below. Let me flip. I kind of need my camera to sit up. That's better. All right. All right. One more time. Border round one with the ridge side facing, join color A. So I'm rejoining my color A because I ended with the wrong side facing. And then work down the side of the blanket, working under 2 threads of the side of the stitch and leaving 1 below. In general, I'm going to work over my ends for like 1 stitch. Bring this one this way, and the orange will go the other way. And I'll work over them for 1 or 2 stitches as I go down. This takes longer than crocheting into a chain. And then there's no real like exact rule for how many stitches you work into each stitch. Like in knitting, it's like 2 for every 3. But you just have to kind of lay your work down often and check to make sure that it's not ruffling or pulling. Thank you, Andrew. Working under 2. I'm leaving 1 below. And with this splitting yarn, this is going to be really fun. I prefer working this way than working into the spaces because like if I work into this space, I could work like 3 single crochets into this space and then skip over and then I'll have a gap. So to me, this has the appearance of being more even, much more even. But I know people that work their edges into the gaps and their blankets are fine. And if that's what you prefer, you're welcome to do that. This is how I like to do it. I treat these stitches along the sides of the blanket like turning like foundation chains. And I work into the sides. Okay, and these are my ends. You know, from when I change colors at the end of the row, and I'll direct them to the color that they match and then work over them just 1 or 2 stitches close to where they're coming out. Oh, I also meant to start my timer today. I gotta be really good about this because I feel like I'm gonna be on here for a long time. Okay, just working over that end. 1 stitch. always try to catch 2 threads of the stitch. So I work under 2 and I leave 1 below. And it's that one that you leave below that gives it that really like finished look. Okay, so let me just check with what I've done so far and make sure it's flat. It's not ruffling, it's not tugging, it's not puckering. It's perfect. So you might have more single crochet going down the side than me. You might have less. I used to years ago, I used to encourage people to chain extra if their edges were curling, and I don't do that anymore. I don't recommend chaining 4 instead of 3 to turn like I used to. But if you're one of the OG 6-day kit blanketeers, then you might be doing that. So if you have extra, your tension is extra loose on the sides because you've been trying not to curl, you might have to skip here and there. You have to account for those extra stitches if you made them. But everyone's tension is going to be different, so you have to find your own rhythm here. I use Furls crochet hooks, Furls Odyssey, and they stopped making them last year, unfortunately. Merci. So in general, the double crochet get 2 single crochet in the side. The turning chains, each chain gets 1. And the single crochet gets 1. But like I said, don't follow that as a rule. I know you all love to follow rules, but this is one instance where you have to be the artist, and you have to judge for yourself how it's coming out. If I wander off screen, let me know on YouTube, because I moved my camera. Oops, I accidentally worked over the yellow instead of the blue. I have them going the wrong way. See, because this is going the wrong way, I was able to pull it and tighten it. So that's going to continue to pull in my completed work. So if I pull it, okay, you can see it pulling over here. If I pull this, then you can see that this is sliding through. All right, so we don't really want that, because that's how, when you trim your ends off, and then if you've only worked over them, or the end is only going in one direction, and your blanket stretches or moves or ends up going through the wash, then you get those little tails that pop out. So you want the yarn to change directions, okay? So this yellow is going this way and is pulling, and I want it to go that reverse directions. And that will help keep it secure. And that's too big of a jump. I pulled that thread so many times and I made it tight. This part takes forever. It's also really stressful to do it when you're being watched. Okay, I keep wandering, so I'm thinking this is just a little. And then that's not far enough. I need something else there. The timer is I set a 60-minute timer so that I remind myself to take breaks and stretch, and I don't sit here and destroy my body by never getting up out of this chair. Especially when I know today is going to probably be a long session. Yes, you must take breaks. Everybody says they will. You know, we always have good intentions. But what happens when we crochet? We get lost in our TV show or our work, and we end up in the flow of whatever it is we're creating, and we're enjoying it so much we don't want to get up. So that's why I have the timer. And when it goes off, I'm pretty good about getting up. Sometimes I don't. Yeah, it's no good. This is why I started making somatic content. I'm a somatic practitioner, somatic movement therapist, and I was at a crochet conference, and the person next to me was learning something new, and they were kind of one of those like high stress perfectionist individuals, and I could hear that they were holding their breath, and they were not breathing. And I kind of took a look around the room at the bodies, and I was like, you know, looks like uh, you know, people are like hunched over, and and I just was like, people aren't aware of their bodies while they're doing this. People are just holding their breath and not even breathing and not even aware. And that was like that was a big like aha moment for me. And I talked to Edie Ekman about it because she was at the conference, and I reached out to her, and she did a phone call with me, and I wanted to ask her, like, what do you do? Because she stands up a lot while she's teaching, and she has a practice in the middle of her class. uh she'll say, it's break time, I'm giving you a break, and my only requirement for your break is that you get up and leave the room. And I was like, wow, that's brilliant. And so I asked her, like, why do you have people get up and leave the room? And she was like, well, mainly because I need a, I need a, I like to have a minute to prepare for my next segment. And I just noticed people don't get up and, go to the bathroom and stuff like that. And, but it wasn't like in her mind, it wasn't a, let's make sure that people are taking care of themselves. It was more for her own personal needs. Um, but it made me think, like, oh, here's this instructor that's her only requirement is that people get up out of their chair. And then she was telling me about some habits that she had. Um, and she said that like she used to knit while her laundry was going, or crochet while her laundry was going, and she was like, it was the perfect 45-minute cycle, and then the buzzer would go off, and I would, go change the laundry, and then I would get up out of my chair. And but other than that, she didn't have any real like specific habits. So I started kind of coming up with some specific things that people could do to remind themselves to take breaks. Okay, keep laying it down. This is my motto. If you've been following me for a while, you know my motto is lay it down and admire it. So I have a tiny, tiny bit of ruffling. So I'm not going to go back and redo, but honestly, if I wasn't on video, I probably would, because it's ruffling just a tiny bit. But I think it'll be okay. So I'm just going to take care not to put quite so many stitches into the side as I'm going. And then I have people that are like really overly concerned about the counts and the number of stitches that they're putting into the side. And to be honest, I don't really worry about it. I do what feels right. And then if I need a certain number, I correct with skipping on the next row. But on this row, I just try to do whatever will allow the work to lay flat. Yeah, sitting in one place and not moving can really be bad for your body, and also, our hands. We need to stretch our hands, relax our hands. I mean, that's one reason why I use the Furls. I only use an ergonomic hook. I wouldn't be caught dead crocheting without one. Crochet is my livelihood, so I gotta take care of myself. Katrina's Crochet Hook and Loops. Hello, Betty. New to your live, but have been following you for a while now. Love your lives and videos. Oh, thank you so much for checking in and saying hello. I appreciate that. Sometimes you just feel like you're talking into the void. You forget that people are watching and listening and watching replays and things like that. So I definitely appreciate it. Oh, goodness. Are you for real? Okay, thank you for that. I didn't really know what that was. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Linda. I they are the color change cat eye. I have to like have this discussion every time I go to get my nails done. Because I take my own polish because nobody carries the color changing cat eye anymore. And the one guy said to me, that trend is over. And I was like, I don't care. I like it. I really don't care. And then lately they've been trying to put black underneath it. See how it does that like cat eye thing with the glitter? And they're like, you have to put black under it or you can't see it. And I'm like, that's not accurate. You can see it just fine. You can see the cat eye effect just fine without black polish. So they keep trying to put black polish under my cat eye nails. But they go from dark purple to light pink. Got a big thing there. So yeah, thank you for noticing. I have to go to Norfolk to get my nails done. It's like a 2-hour drive. So I mean, I don't have to go that far to get them done, but it gives me an excuse to go get off the island here and do some do some shopping and uh, eat at some restaurants we don't have down here. Okay, I think I'm doing better. This is very tedious. Thanks for following. How's everyone's Sunday? How's everyone doing? Oh, but I didn't work over that yellow one. I feel like I'm getting a little bit more of a rhythm going here. Hey, Mama from Nebraska. Welcome. I'm just doing a really tedious part of putting an edge on a blanket right now. So if you're new to crochet, this might make it look like it's not very fun. See, now where my blanket wasn't curling before, now it feels like it's curling. But maybe it was curling and I didn't notice it. But when it's all done, I'm gonna, wash it and lay it out and fix and block it, fix any of that curl. I'm working on a mosaic blanket, knitting chevron blanket, and crocheting a calming wave blanket. Nice. I'm finishing up this, and um, if you've been on, if you're on TikTok, you can check. Right before I came on live, I posted a video of the. Oh, I forgot. Thank you, Andrew. I forgot to do my balm. I just jumped right into doing this edge, and I wasn't thinking about my balm. Thank you, Andrew. I'm sticking with the cheer for this one until I'm done. I'll stick with the same one every time. Thanks for reminding me. I forgot to do my balm. I forgot all about my balm. I was just like, let's get this blanket done. Just jumped right in. Because I knew this was going to be tedious and take forever. I feel like this is even probably stressful to watch. It's a little extra because I keep picking up little splits of yarn. When you work into the stitches like that, you're going to get some splits. Andrew, I sent you some of this respun yarn, right? Did you use any of it yet? How do you feel about it? I'm making a blanket. I'm putting the edge on. This is a kind of just tedious um, part of the edge is putting the first border round on. Yeah, it's not bad. Actually, it does split a little, but I can deal with it. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. It's not like bad enough that I would say don't ever use this yarn, but it does it does impact the way I feel about or not the way I feel. It you have to adjust how you work with it a little bit. That's what I was trying to say. What do you mean, what kind of blanket is it? I don't know if I'll choose this yarn again. I'd like to try they have Lion Brand always has well, not always, but they often have a thick and quick version of some of their yarns. Like they have a Woolies that's like a 3-4 weight, and then they have a thick and quick version of it. So this yarn has a thick and quick version also. Respun thick and quick. So I might try that. Oh, come on. What do I have going here? Yes, all right. There we go. I want to put my stitch where I want to put my stitch. It's a 6-day Ridgy Didge blanket. I also have a poll on this live that you can click on, and it gives a lot of information about what I'm doing, frequently asked questions. Okay, so when I work over those ends, I only work over them for like 1 or 2 stitches. I don't keep going because it's not secure. And I also find that they're like visible. Andrew, remind me which blanket you're making for your nephew. Oh, look, I'm almost there. I'm like halfway there. That wasn't so bad. I only have one other side to go. It's not that bad. It's tedious, but um I feel like some things are worth it. Would it be easier to work into the spaces and this wouldn't take as long? Yes, of course. But for me, I just feel like that little line of that one thread that I leave underneath, like to me, that is just a detail that I think is, really makes it look nice. To me, it's worth it to have that one little thread going underneath around the whole border. It's little details of things like that that maybe, the person you're gifting it to or somebody who doesn't know crochet might not know, like that, what they're looking at or what makes it look better, but that to me is like just such a lovely touch. Doing something the faster way or the easier way, I mean, I get it when you're a beginner crocheter, but as you advance your skills, you're willing to take a little more time. I think that people who are just starting out crocheting, they're always afraid they don't want to rip it out because it's like, oh my gosh, uh, it's took me so long to do this much, and I don't. It was so hard, and I don't want to rip it all out. But as you progress, and you can work a little faster, and you know what you're doing, you don't mind taking a little more time. You want your stuff to look really nice. Are all the 6 days star blanket different patterns? Well, there are different star blanket patterns, and there is the 6-day star, the 6-Day Superstar, and the 6-Day Supernova. So the one that's really popular right now is the 6-Day Star. It's the easiest. It has 7 points. It has 8 setup rounds, and then after that it's repetitive. So once you get the hang of it, you can, you know, just kind of fly with it. It's very repetitive. And then the Superstar is very similar to the Star, but it has 14 points. So the setup is a little bit different, and then it's repetitive after that. And the Supernova also has 14 points, but the points are different size. It has 7 large points and 7 small points. Thank you. Is that a gummy bear? I also have Ridgy Didge versions of the Star, the Superstar, and the Supernova. And I have one called the Sweetheart Star. That's basically the star blanket, but it has a specific way of changing the colors to give it the appearance of having these little hearts. And that one's called the Sweetheart Star. But it's the same stitches. All the 6-Day patterns have the same 6 rows, or a variation of the same 6 rows of stitches. Not all of them can be done in 6 days. It just depends on how big you make it and what kind of yarn you use. But most of them can be completed in 6 days. When I named the pattern, I wasn't thinking that people were going to make it bigger. I was thinking they were all just going to make a little toddler blanket with chunky yarn. Currently working on one of your star patterns using a 3-ply cotton yarn and a 2.5mm hook. Wow. Now, what in the world ever possessed you to do something like that? That's going to be really incredible. So if you like doing that kind of work, you probably would like the Superstar and the Supernova. Oh, what did I pick up here? Oh, I guess I do have that curl. So some things that you can do to alleviate this curl, and I I do this, is I work the last stitch of the row from the back to the front. And that kind of gets it twisting in the other direction. But it doesn't, as you can see, alleviate all of it. So putting on it, my final step of this will be to wash it and then lay it all out flat to dry. I used to not put borders on them at all. You can also do, you can chain 4 instead of 3. That helps on the turning. When you turn on the turning chains, you can chain 4 instead of 3. And you could do extended double crochet instead of double crochet on the last stitch of the row. The only thing is, I found when you do that you do end up with a lot of extra stitches on that edge. So you have to skip stitches as you're going along. And that's what I used to do with all my blankets. And then I decided I didn't like the way it looked. So I stopped doing it, and I stopped putting it in the pattern. So some of the old patterns may still have it, but the newer ones don't. Whoops. Stitch Balm said, "Don't forget about me." Hi. Thanks for sharing the live or liking the live. I only have this much further to go. It wasn't that bad. Now I just have to go across the bottom, up the other side, and across the top. Tedious, but worth it in the end. That's what I think anyway. Yep, I work over them for one or two stitches, and I send them in the direction of the color that they match as I work over them. So this yellow, I have it going this way, and then the purple, I have it going this way. And I work over them for one or two stitches, and then I leave them there, and then I'll weave them back up in where they match. And then, oh, I cannot get this one. And there's a couple reasons for doing it. One is that it matches the color, but also when you weave in your ends, you want them to change directions. So this, like here's one I haven't done. This is still going in the same direction that it was coming from. See how it's pulling? And this one, so I send them back, and that way the yarn changes directions 180 degrees. And that makes it more secure, and it also keeps those little tails from popping out when you wash it. But just working over your ends is not secure. I learned that the hard way when I washed something and it came completely apart. And I've had people reach out to me. I had one person reach out to me years ago, and they said, "Is there something wrong with your pattern that it came undone when my customer washed it?" And I said, "Well, what did you just work over your tails?" And they said, "Yes." And I said, "That's not secure. It has nothing to do with the pattern." It's amazing what people will blame the pattern designer for. It is amazing. Like I saw somebody today complaining to a designer about a pattern that had yarn that had been discontinued and no substitutions were given. And they were so frustrated by that. I'm like, you're not frustrated, you're annoyed, first of all. But what do you want the designer to do? We don't like when they discontinue the stuff either. We have no control over it. Here we are, we designed something on your yarn and help you sell your yarn, and then you go ahead and discontinue the yarn, making our pattern no good. Trust me, customer, no one is more frustrated than we are. Kathy I generally do not weave in ends as I go. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't. You should make your own decision about it. But um for me, every time I've woven in ends before I was done, I ended up having to take it out. I ended up having to rip. But yeah, I always do them last. This just gives them another little, another little something, another little something something. There's a reason we weave in the ends rather than crochet over them. It's true. Hi. Okay, when I get to the bottom corner here, what do I do? No, I always do a single crochet round first as the basis for any border I'm going to do. I always start with that. And then I do whatever next, but I always start with the base, and that is actually from Edie Ekman's books. And I took an edging class with her, and she always does a base round of single crochet first. It's just cleaner. And I always work into the stitches and not into the spaces because I just think it is a cleaner, more even, and I like the look of this little. I To me it's just like a detail that I really enjoy, is having the evenness of the stitches across. When I see, you can work into the edge, it's fine. Into the spaces, rather, it's fine. I just prefer the way this looks with that little bit underneath. Uh, let's see. Pat says, I had to make 60 granny squares for a blanket. I thought I was ready to start assembling and realized that I'm 7 squares short. I know I counted these squares multiple times. How can I be short? Oh, goodness. Nevertheless, I'm still making squares. I've done that a million times. What is your opinion on blocking? About blocking this blanket when I'm done? I usually, whenever I'm done with something, I usually wash it. And the way that I wash blankets and all of my handmade stuff is I use a wool uh, wool wash called Eucalan that does not have to be rinsed. So you soak it. It's a soak. I soak it in the washing machine with Eucalan in hot water and Eucalan for 30 minutes. And then I set the machine to spin, and I spin it out because you don't have to rinse it. So I don't let it agitate ever. Even if it's not wool, I don't let my handmade stuff agitate. And if you do, that's when all your magic knots are going to come undone and all your tails are going to come out, and it's going to pill. You're going to have pills. So I never do it. I just soak it and then I spin it out, and then I take it and I lay it out on the bed, and I will spin it until it's practically dry, and then I'll lay it out on one of the beds. And if it's too wet to like lay right on the quilt of the bed, I'll put towels down, but I almost never do. I spin it until it's practically dry, and then I lay it out on the bed. And when I do that, that's when I shape the edge, and I stretch it. Stretching it out while it's wet a little bit goes a long way to shaping your blanket or your item or whatever it is. If you have a scarf or an item with a lot of holes in it and you really want to open it up, you can just stretch that bad boy when it's wet. And if it bounces back, you could continue to spray it down with like a spray bottle and water and stretch it out and pin it. But I don't usually pin things down, especially blankets. I just when they're damp, out of the washing machine. I just lay them out on the bed and I shape them the way they need to go, and I just let them dry like that. And they're usually fine. Okay, let me see what my pattern says to do in the corner. It says with ridge side facing, so I've already done this. Join color A with single crochet to top left corner of the blanket. Did that. Working down the left side, single crochet down the side of the blanket, treating the turning chains and the single crochet and double crochet stitches like foundation chains. Work single crochet under 2 threads of each stitch and leave 1 thread below. We did all that. This creates a beautiful even edge to the work. The number of single crochet you will put in each stitch will vary depending on your tension, but a general rule is 2 single crochet per DC, 2 single crochet per turning chain, and 1 single crochet per single crochet. It should say per turning chain 3. Let me fix that. I'm glad I read all that, even though I've already done it. Lay your work down often to check that your edge is laying flat and adjust the number of stitches accordingly. Work 3 single crochet into each corner of the blanket. Okay, that's what I was here for. 3 single crochet into each corner of the blanket and continue across the bottom and right side. Okay, this really should say what to do across the bottom, and it doesn't. So let me just fix. I'm just going to put a highlight on here and so that I go back and look at this later, because there's some things that need fixed there. Okay, so as I go across the bottom, thank you, Linda. So I go across the bottom, I'm single crocheting under the foundation chain. So when I work into a foundation chain to start, I usually only work under, what do? I go under 1. I guess I go under 1 because I have 2 here to work under. Anyways, whatever I didn't work under when I started the blanket, I work under now. So there you go. So much more fun and nice to do the bottom edge. See what I'm saying? These colors are nothing alike. Are you going to leave the edge? No, this is just my base round. This border, this is a this blanket, I did a very elaborate border for this blanket actually. So it has 7 rounds. This is just the first of 7 rounds. I used to just take a border out of Edie's books and put that border on my blankets. But as I keep making blankets and making things, I have started making up my own borders. So it's more fun that way. And I guess I just at first I didn't feel like accomplished enough to do it. And when I went to the Crochet Guild of America conference back in 2019, when I met her and um, took the class I was talking about earlier, where she made us get up and leave the room, um, during the break every time. Uh, I took one of the classes I took from her was edging, and because I wanted to learn how to make, better edges. And I remember when I was in the class, I kept getting stuck and frustrated, and I was like, I don't like what I'm making. I'm bored. And she was kind of helping me. She's a great teacher. Uh, oh, you're doing the Moody Blues. You had me going through my stash looking for Moody Blues. And I think I have it. I think I left. Oh, no, I didn't. I was like, I left it sitting out right over there. But no, I guess I did not. I guess I put it away. That would be a great bedroom crochet for me. I think I'll put that in the bedroom because I like to have a project in there to work on when I can't sleep. And that's what I was thinking. It was in my bedroom. It was my bedroom project for a while. I think I had a star blanket version, or maybe I was thinking I would do a star blanket version of Moody Blue. I had 2 versions of that blanket, and would I named them according to my moods. And when I was working on when I came up with those, the Moody Blue and the Sunshine and Money, I was going through a bad divorce, and I would work on the Moody Blue when I was feeling upset, and I would work on Sunshine and Money when I was feeling good. Moody Blues is the perfect name for that color scheme. Aw. And then I ended up giving them to my landlord and his son. And the son was the one that was always out in the backyard, like listening to rock music. And so I thought the Moody Blue was good for him. And then the landlord, Sunshine and Money, he just it, when I moved into their house, I had no proof of income and I had 3 dogs. Who gives somebody like that a lease? And he just I guess they said he just goes by, you know, he just goes by his how he feels about people, and he gets a good energy off of you, and so you know, here you go. He gave me a lease, and then he fixed the house up for us, made it so nice, fixed the whole backyard up for my three dogs so that they would have a place to run around. And then they resided the house because I had that I had that infestation of mice and a rat, which I was talking about yesterday on the call. And he did all this work on the house and resided it and redid the brickwork. I mean, I he must have put a new roof on it, and he said every hole in the house is going to be sealed up. Like nothing is going to be able to get in. And I was like, "All right, that sounds good." And it looked so nice after that. And then when he did that, he put a little awning over my back basement door for me to stand under while the dogs were outside going to the bathroom. So I would have a place to stand when it was raining, when I let my dogs out and not get wet. I could stand right there. Like, just the thoughtfulness and the sweetness of those people. That's what those blankets remind me of, Moody Blue and Sunshine and Money. And then I gave them the blankets for Christmas. I just left them in the bar and put their names on them. And they both texted me on Christmas morning, and they were just so grateful for those blankets. And they were so sweet about it. Um, I gave the Sunshine and Money one to the dad, and then the Moody Blues one to the son. And they were so sweet about it and so kind. Oh, they're wonderful people. Just wonderful. And I still go back there from time to time because I still work there. I put up dance concerts there. I used to put up an outdoor dance stage right on the street there. And yeah, so the dad, when he has kids in other parts of the world, and he has um family, he has a place in Florida that he goes to, so he is not, you know, he started traveling a lot. And so the son told me one day, he said, I don't think it's fair that my dad's blanket is over there and nobody's using it. So I brought it over for my wife to use. So now we both, and I was like, why didn't you just tell me, don't take your dad's blanket? And he said, well, he's not there to use it. I'm going to take it. I was like, all right. So then when I moved out, the dad said, would you make me one of your blankets before you leave? And I said, of course. What would you like? What colors would you like? And he said, oh, I don't know. And I said, well, what color is your furniture? Make something to match your furniture. And he said, my furniture's brown. So that was I designed the man blanket to go with his furniture. So he got browns and grays and some neutral with just a little bit of mustard yellow. And the mustard yellow was my contribution. Like I wanted him to have a little bit of brightness in there, and I love yellow. So I put a little bit of myself into that blanket. But yeah, he inspired the man blanket, the 6-day man blanket. Okay. Such good people. And I just saw them in November. All right. Now my camera's out. My timer went off. I'm here talking like a dang fool. And I'm not doing what I said I was going to do, which is get up and stretch. Here's what the edge. I kind of hesitate to put this down because it's I didn't do the colors how I'm gonna do them. But that's what the edge is gonna look like. I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs. Stretch my back. Stretch my hips. Alrighty. Yes, that border is really something. Hi, Jenny. It's not really showing up in its true glory because I didn't change colors. Um, I was just working out the stitches first. I think on one of these I did I've 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 used a variation of this edge on other other blankets. And I think that I turned it and I did front post. So but the way I wrote it up I said back post. But I'm gonna try turning the work and doing front post instead for that row that has the front post. So we'll see what happens. I'm not committed to changing it yet. Oh, and now this is green. So that battery wasn't all the way charged when I took my break. Oh, this camera better come back up now. There we go. There's the edge, YouTube. Got myself a little snack. All these dates don't have any seeds. That's nice. Catherine Allen, I don't know if you're still here. To answer your question, I got into designing accidentally. Um, uh, Knitting and crochet. Crochet is something I've been doing since I was like 7 years old. And then I started knitting a little later in life. And I didn't crochet so much. But when I wanted to do something really quickly, I would crochet. So I did blankets. I crocheted a lot of blankets. And I would do blankets for new babies. It was a thing I I did. New babies in the family and friends when they were having babies, I would make baby blankets. And so I made a blanket for my sister's first grandchild. And I was in graduate school at the time, and I just wanted to work something up really quickly. You know, I think I waited until I didn't get around to doing it until he was already almost like 1 or something. So I just kind of went through some stitch books and I found something I liked, and I made up this blanket and I thought this is pretty cool. Um, and it only took me 6 days. And so I wrote it up and I published it. I got permission from the publisher to publish a pattern with this stitch, written permission, and the author. And I published it on this new thing called Ravelry. Do y'all see my nails are purple now? Do you see how much darker they are? Because I just washed my hands. and they were cold. I was in and out of the fridge and they were cold. So watch as I warm up, they'll go back to being pink, light pink. They'll go through like an ombre effect. Um, Anyways, so that was, like I was just a hobby designer. And I didn't even really think of myself as a designer at all. I just was doing something I enjoyed, and I didn't, always want to follow a pattern. And when I did, I wanted to adapt it, and do my own thing. Um, and sometimes I just liked coming up with my own ideas. And so that's how I started. Was just doing it for myself. And I published that thing on Ravelry just for the heck of it because it was new and I didn't know even what it was. And I remember thinking at the time, why am I publishing this? No one's going to want to make this. Eh. I'm using Scented Stitches Stitch Balm on my fingers. Thank you for letting me know. I hear these things dinging. What am I doing? Okay, I'm working up the side now. Working up the right side. Scented Stitches Stitch Balm is an aromatherapy balm. And you put it on your finger where you tension the yarn, and it makes your project, the yarn, as it passes over, the balm will pick up the oils from the balm and scent your project. So I'm going to take these out. I already took one out, right? So this is number 2. Actually, I'm going to put them over to the side because these are the ones that tell me how many days I worked on this. But I don't think I put one in last night, so let me put one over here for last night. And people like to know how many days it took. Whoops. Way too many days for sure. Well, like I said, when I published that 6-day blanket, that original one, I didn't think anybody was going to want to make it, and I didn't think they would want to make a bigger one. I just thought everyone's going to just make this toddler size blanket with this chunky yarn, some kind of chunky yarn. I wasn't thinking people were going to take it and make all kinds of different sizes and want to make king size beds and gigantic things like what I'm working on right now. I never even measured this either, so for all I know, it could be a really wonky size. I like these little heart stitch markers, but they break. You can see that one's about to break. Some days I did more and some days I did less. I was sick for a lot of this blanket. It's another reason why it took so long. You can tell the days I was sick, it's the days I didn't do very much when I came on here. I don't have any ends to work over on this side because all the ends end up on the same side of the blanket with this particular stripe. Whoops. Come on. How many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're up to 7 days. This would be number 8. Ah! This would be number 9. Hmm. Oh, I forgot to start my timer again. It was 10. See, my nails got the ombre effect now. See that one? It's dark on the tip. I love color changing nails. I'm such a kid when it comes to that. Don't even think I'm even halfway up this side yet. I mean, I can totally understand why people don't want to do it this way, because it takes a long time and it's tedious. On this side, I'm puckering a little bit. I didn't lay it down enough. You have to lay it down often and check it over. Make sure it's doing what you want it to do. You want to make sure it's not puckering. If it's puckering or skipping too much, if it's ruffling, you are putting too many stitches in. Thank you, Andrew. Oh man, I lost count. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14. So I can hear someone's music thumping off in the distance. I don't know if y'all can even hear it. But you know what'll happen on YouTube? YouTube will pick that up, and then I'll get a copyright claim. And Facebook won't even show it. Facebook has not been showing my videos lately because there's copyright claims on them for music. But there's no music going on in my videos at all. I sit here in the dead silence with my own thoughts for most of the time, just coming up with stuff to say. I'm so, like, annoyed at social media right now. I know Andrew's like, we know, like, sitting here trying to help you come up with stuff to say and do. I know y'all probably can't hear it, but it'll cause problems. I think that's 16. I lost track. But then if I try to go get somebody's fake 6-day blanket tutorial, unauthorized tutorial taken down, do you think they'll do anything to protect my copyright? It's about to be spring break down here on the Outer Banks. I bet it's the same neighbor too that makes that with the barking dog. But it's very possible it's spring breakers. I mean, it's Sunday, so this is when they come in. They come in about this, Sunday afternoon. Um, about 4 or 5 o'clock is when they start coming. They can usually get into their houses around like 4, and they'll start partying. It'll start to get loud around here, and then I'll have to lock up my bike. I don't want them taking my cute little bike. See, that was a day that I just, I guess, didn't crochet very much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Guess I gotta get used to it being loud around here pretty soon. That's okay. Then when it gets quiet again, I can enjoy it being quiet. What would that be? 18? Only this much further to go. Almost there, kids. Bye, Andrew. Thanks for hanging out. Andrew's got to go to the grocery store. It just made me think, what am I going to eat for dinner? I think that would have been 20. $21. Almost to the corner. Whoops. Woohoo! I'm at the last corner. 1, 2, 3 in the corner. Woohoo! Yay! Oh my goodness. All right, I'm just going to work across this top and then I'll take a little break and stretch my hands and celebrate. Whew. And the first round of the border, I'm going to stay in this color, so I don't have to fasten off and rejoin. Oh, this is where it says, do not fasten off or turn. Okay, and border round 2. I'm going to be continuing with color A. Oh, this is supposed to also be double crochet. I just noticed a mistake. Oof, my goodness. There's my little balm reminder. Yeah, it definitely sounds like spring break has started. I'm going to take a break when I get to the last corner over here. And that's much to go. And I'm going to do a little hand therapy. Finish with 2 single crochet in the same. I think that would be, I think I have to do a single crochet here. Wow, why is that so tight? Oh, because that was my join. I guess I have to do 2 single crochet here. And then join with a slip stitch to, does it say join with a slip stitch? Yep. To first single crochet. Ooh, that's tight. Okay. All right. Let's take a little break. She says as she takes out the last thing she did because it's too tight. It's because of the yarn splitting. Just gonna go over to the next one. That's better. That is just not gonna work. I got a big split and something, I did something weird. All right. All right, that took 2 hours, including breaks. Sorry, I don't understand your language. I understand. I'm just going to assume you're asking what this is. It's called a face blaster. And I use it on my hands during long crochet sessions. And it it's for the it helps with the keep the fascia in your hands healthy. Okay, so when I massage, I always go this way because you can see my fingers are puffy. I have fat fingers and because I have lipedema, so I get swelling in my hands, and I had my arms treated, so it goes into my didn't really used to go into my hands so much as it does now since I got my hands treated. But so when your lymphatic system goes this way, it goes up and it drains up here by your neck. So when I massage, if you look online, like they will tell you to go that way, but I always go up. Always massage in the direction that my lymphatics are going, and that's just me. Um, but lymphatic massage, if you want to like keep your lymph moving, it involves stretching the skin. So you can just see if I just put light pressure on my hand and then pull, you can see that skin stretching, so that your lymphatics are right under your skin. So that will help the lymphatics to move where they need to go. So you don't have to do a lot of pressure, just a little. See how the skin just moves, and that helps move your lymphatics along. I always go up towards the okay, and since I've had my hands like clenched up like claws for the past 2 hours, and I've really been, holding my hook and my yarn with a lot of tension, doing that intricate, tedious work, going down the sides of my blanket, putting single crochet stitches into the sides of double crochet and chain stitches and single crochets. That kind of was a little extra hard work. That's probably the hardest part of the whole blanket, what I just did. So my hands are feeling it, my arms are feeling it, and my fingers are pretty hyper mobile. So if you're don't feel like you have to pull your fingers back as far as I do. I'm what they refer to as double jointed, but I don't think that's really a thing. So to stretch the thumb, I just bring my other hand up under the thumb and grab it, and then straighten out my elbows. And again, nothing that we're doing here should be painful. You should never go beyond a 7 of pain when you're doing stretches. You should feel mild discomfort but not pain. If you check my link in bio, you will find my Amazon influencer store where I have these things that I use, like this and the massager and the oil that I use. The oil is really nice because it doesn't stick to the hands. It's already soaked in. You can see that. Okay. Give my shoulders a stretch. All right. Let's see. I'd like to get at least one round of this done today, and we'll see how I do. Don't think I'm going to get the whole thing done. Oh, wow. I really made a split here. Let's see if I can get in. This is where I'm really supposed to go, but I think I picked up a little extra something that I wasn't supposed to pick up, or I got a split or something, and now it just doesn't look so great. Well, let me see if I can get in here. Sometimes if you just like try to do a stitch so many times, and then there's just like no hope for it. If you have you ever like um had to rip something like multiple times, and it's like after you rip it out so many times the yarn is just like, you know what, we've had enough of you. Yeah, like that stitch is just not having it. So I'm just gonna go over to the next one, and I'm gonna work over there and try and pretend that that one never existed. I was gonna be a little off. Okay, so this is border round 2, chain 3, 2 double crochet, chain 3, 3 double crochet in the same stitch. Okay, so you have a 3 3 3 coming out of the corner. Or if you're me, it's one stitch over from the corner because I mangled that one stitch. Skip 2, single crochet in the next stitch. I missed something here. Skip 2, 3 3 3 in the next. Skip 2, single crochet. Skip 2, 3 3 3 in the next. Okay, and that's going to be the repeat around. And then you want to adjust your skips so that the 3 3 3 lands in the corner. Remember how on the last round I said, listen, I don't, count my stitches going around and make sure that I have a certain number. I just adjust on the next round. So this is me adjusting on the next round. You're not going to be off more than 1 or 2 stitches. So when you start getting close to that corner, you just start looking ahead and figuring out how to make the 3 3 3 land in the corner. Skip 2, single crochet. Skip 2, 3 3 3. And this is the nice thing too about having this squared off top and bottom, is you only have to worry about the corners. You don't have to worry about the peaks and valleys. It can be much harder to do a fancy border when there's peaks and valleys. Oh, it doesn't have a name. It's going to be the Ridgy Didge border. I made it up. And I thought you were getting your groceries. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be at the grocery store? You better get on down to that food line and get your groceries. Procrastinating in the car. Did you make your list? Are you hungry? If you're hungry, go get a snack before you go in. Go get some fries or something. A little milkshake. Otherwise, you're going to be picking up everything not on the list. Gotta stick to the list. Okay, so it's just 333, skip 2, single crochet, skip 2. Thank you. Oh, I wonder if those little planes are going to start flying. You know, the planes that fly by with them carrying the banners, the messages, and the signs behind them. They say, like, Crab Shack, 1999, all you can eat crabs. It's like I feel like I'm starting to hear the sounds of the season. Andrew, go get your groceries, my dude. I saw you sneak in here. So I'm coming to the end of this uh skein of yarn, but I'm not going to make it all the way around. Um but let me just tell you, I cannot get over the yardage. Like, this is a great yarn for yardage. There is just so much yarn in these skeins. I am at the end working on the border of this blanket, and I'm still on my first skein of every color. I think I yarn chickened on a couple of them because I had I had used the yarn in my swatch. So I might have to take apart, let me see. No, there's none of this in the swatch, so I will have to start another skein. But it's such a shame, like, when you're doing a pattern, to have to tell people to get a second skein of each color when they're not going to be using that much of it. I hate doing that. Well, you'll only need an additional skein for the oops, what am I doing? Not slip stitch, Betty. Single crochet. For the you only need an additional skein for the colors in the border. the end of the skein. And of course it's tied in a knot. I made it this whole way without any knots. That's the end of that skein as we know it. That's the end of the skein as we know it. These guys are big time barfers. Let me get this center out without it barfing, please. Please, no barfing. Please, please, no barfing here. Oh, I can tell it's not, that's not it. That's not it. It's gonna barf. I can tell. Come on. Oh! Ah! Yep, I suppose it's time for a break. got a couple labels hanging out here. Let me get rid of these. So I haven't completed, that's the first skein I've actually completed. And the, let's see, the cranberry was down to the wire, but I had used the cranberry in the swatch. So I made a mess out of this. Good job, Betty. Good job. There it is. Ugh. Well, that's my 60-minute timer anyways, so I'm gonna take a breather because I need it before I explode. Pat says, does Bikram yoga help with lipedema/lymphedema? I don't think that heat is really good for my legs. But that's a really good question. I think that yoga is good for people with lipedema and lymphedema, people with any chronic illness, because of the mind-body connection and the the non-physical benefits of yoga. I think that's those are the greatest benefits, but I don't think that the heat is really good for my legs. I've noticed that when it's really hot outside and the temperatures are spiking, that's when I often have a lot of swelling, and I actually have like these big ice packs that I put on to cool my legs down sometimes because the heat can just be really brutal. So, okay, what am I doing here? I'm attaching a new skein. So I like to attach it at just like I do at the end of the row on the last, pull it through the last two. Ooh, oh, sorry, I guess my camera died. Whoops. There we go. Let me just go back to attaching a new skein. I attach it, I pull it through the last pull of whatever stitch I'm doing, and then I put those tails up over the working yarn, just like I do when I'm changing colors at the end of a row, and then I'll leave them there until I'm done, and I'll weave them in at the very end. So what I'm doing here is the first round of my border, and it's 3 double crochet, chain 3, 3 double crochet in one space, one stitch, skip 2, single crochet, skip 2. That's the pattern. And I got myself a humdinger of a yarn turd here because I didn't pull it out of the center properly, and now I got to deal with this. So hopefully it's not too bad. I gotta, when I get off this call, now I hear people screaming. So I have a feeling already we're gonna have some spring break. We're gonna have a spring break house here that's already, they just got here and they're already going crazy. So I'm gonna have to go check on that and see how many kids they've got over there. They can get evicted. The rental company can evict them if they have too many people in the house. It's only supposed to sleep so many, and they have, obviously 25 cars in the driveway or whatever, or if it's young kids and there's no one over the age of 25 on the premises, they'll get evicted. They'll lose all their money. Just already feeling troubled by this. I'm gonna have to go down and lock my shed. Because they steal bikes. They go around and they steal bikes and they steal stuff. And they wreak havoc. They destroy people's property. They take the sofas down to the beach and stuff. Throw furniture in the pool. Find out where they're at. They're screaming. I got a knot. I treat that the same way as a new join. I have a loaf of sourdough started too. Yeah, I have a feeling this is kids. Because when they're even the college kids, when they come, they know better than to act like this and draw a lot of attention to themselves when they have a million people in the house. So this is already these guys aren't going to last long here. love yarn barf. All I can think about right now is going downstairs and locking up my shed. Okay, I'm getting close to the corner, so as I get closer, I'm just going to keep an eye on it because I want my 333 to land on the corner. And if I have to fudge, I don't want to fudge right next to the corner because then it'll be more obvious. I'll fudge back a couple repeats back in so that it's not as obvious. So you do it right up into the corner. It's gonna, we're gonna be able to see that something's too close to the corner, a little too far away. One stitch off is not going to make that much of a difference, but I just like to do it not right up next to the corner. Oh, I'm so mad at this. Okay. So it almost works out. I just had to skip 3. I just had to skip 3 right here instead of 2. One side down, 3 to go. going along a lot faster than that edge round, huh? I need to put markers in to remind myself to balm up. And put one here that's close to the center. I don't know if it's exactly center or not, but let's put one here. Try to remember to put one on each of the sides too, so that I remember to do it. Keep my blanket smelling nice. Hi everyone, thanks for stopping by. Put some rice on so I can have a little dinner in a bit. I haven't decided what I'm going to have with it. Maybe some, I have some salmon. I have some pre-made salmon that I got at Costco. It was really delicious the last time I got it, but I don't want to open it until I'm ready to eat it. Because it's like 3 or 4 meals worth for me. And so I just want to, or more even, it's like 3 pieces of salmon. And I don't think I ate a whole one each time. Maybe I did, I don't know. I just want to make sure when I open it, I'm ready. I'm committed for the next couple of meals, you know. And then I have some Brussels sprouts, so I'll probably make myself a batch of Brussels sprouts. And then that'll be, you know, dinner and lunch for the next few days. 2, 3 days. I want to make sure I don't have anything else open in there. Like I might have I have bought these like ready-made soup and different things, and I think I might have one of those open, so I want to eat whatever's open. So I don't end up wasting. I know, right? Well, when it's just you, you know, I'm a family of one right now. I mean, I live alone, I should say. I don't usually do a lot of like pre-made and pre-packaged stuff, but um when I was uh I, the last time, two times ago that I went to Costco, I was like, let me try some of this stuff because sometimes I just really do not feel like cooking. Um and it would be nice to have something and not always have to like cook. Uh but I do a lot for myself. I make my own like broth and soups and roast things. For Christmas I made myself a turkey and I ate that for, you know, a week. I made myself a nice turkey dinner and it was great. It was really great. I did not get tired of that turkey for the 3, 4, 5 days I had it for lunch and dinner. Turkey's so easy. It was a nice little treat for myself. I mean, when my kids were younger and they were still living at home, um, they didn't like turkey. I was the only one that liked it. So I was like, why am I making this turkey when it nobody likes it? They were asking for other things. They wanted salmon, they wanted this, they wanted that. My son was vegetarian, and this one time we had people over for Thanksgiving and I had made him this uh fake turkey made out of soy and tofu turkey, tofurkey, and everybody ate that. And then I made some salmon, and everybody wanted that. Nobody wanted turkey. I had this huge turkey, and everyone wanted like the salmon and the tofu that I had made for the vegetarian, pesca vegetarian. Um, and so I was like, why am I making this turkey? Except for myself. No one would eat it but me. Um, they wanted the potatoes and the gravy, but not so much the turkey. And so it would go to waste. And then when we moved up to New York and it was just me and my kids, and they were older, they had graduated from college, and the three of us were living together. And I was like, all right, what do we want for the holidays? Let's just make our own traditions and I'll just cook whatever you guys want. And my daughter was like, I want crab cakes. So I was like, all right, that's kind of a tough one, but I can do that. I mean, they're easy to make. It's just, finding nice crab meat. Um, but I was like, I can do crab cakes. And my son was like, I like that salmon that you make. So I did that. That's what I did. I made whatever they wanted. And they were like, we like the stuffing. So I made the stuffing. I made like a bunch of stuff that didn't go together. I was like, you guys just tell me what you want me to make and I'll make that stuff. And that's what I did. Sounds like they've turned the music down. I wonder if they've already been warned. I have a feeling they have because they were like, just came in so hot. Like, kids, it's your first day. Like, dial it back. Dial it back. Do not announce to the world that you're over there getting wasted and that you don't care. I spoke too soon. They just turn it right back up. This is a good time to be on Yik Yak. Is Yik Yak still an app? It's a good time to be on Yik Yak and get on there and be like, hey, whoever's doing the loud music, you're gonna get in trouble. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Yik Yak? Do y'all remember Yik Yak? I think it was like a college thing. My sister always has a seafood dinner for Christmas. That's nice. Yep, we just did all the stuff everybody liked. This is a real bummer, this big knot that I've got here. Oh, they're turning it up again. I think they're right next door to the lady with the dog. How do you like somebody making a lot of annoying noise when you're trying to relax and drink your coffee, crochet? Thanks for following. Come on. I so could have been done by now. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Shrek. I really like this blue a lot. All right, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. It's got a little tiny knot in it. All right, there we go. I should be okay for a few stitches. Thank you very much, Anna. Alrighty then. I mean, it would be one thing if it was music Or the occasional like shouting and screaming or whatever, but it's both. They're just, they're not going to last the week. I guarantee. This is not Daytona Beach. This is a bunch of old people like me. I'm almost through that little tangled center barf part. There it is. The rest of the barf. Tangled barf. Tangled yarn barf. Here we go. You gotta just kind of tackle it from both ends, I guess. And I don't care, I'm still not going to pull from the outside. I cannot stand doing that. Though I understand why people do, because then you wouldn't have to deal with this. I totally get it. And people in my community are using those little stands now with with the ball bearings, so they can pull from the outside and it twirls the yarn around. But I don't understand how it doesn't twist up the yarn even more. So I am suspicious of those. Almost. At the end of the knot. Come on now. Woohoo! The yarn had some friction burn. A little friction tangle. All right. Let's get to work. They're getting louder. Whoops. My video's gonna be demonetized because of their music. Okay, this time it just worked out. I ended up right on the corner on the 333. Woohoo! No fudging required. You're calling way too much attention to yourselves. You're not gonna last out here. Sometimes I can't even hear the music. And I don't know what music they're hearing or what they're claiming copyright to sometimes, but it happens all the time. And I don't know if it's just like somebody walked by playing music or drove by. There's just music in the background. I can't even figure it out. But this is, I think, probably loud enough to be picked up by my microphone. And I don't know. They have those. I don't know how they do it, but yeah. I had a couple videos where I was like in a restaurant and there was music playing in the restaurant. I couldn't monetize those because of the background noises, the background music. Um, yeah, and Facebook has been like blocking my videos lately. So I might not even go live in Facebook anymore in my group because it doesn't, like, I don't get any engagement from Facebook. Nobody, I don't think, is watching. No one's using Facebook to watch a video like this, you know? And there's just so little engagement in the group when I do these live videos in there. And it used to be so different. uh I used to go live in there with my former friend, and we'd have all this, we'd talk to people, but it does not seem to be the place for engagement, at least not live video engagement. So I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do another long project like this on lives. I'll just say that it is way too much. It took way too long. I think I'm gonna focus on creating, like, just, like regular video tutorials for people to make the pattern, because it just seems like, hey, Andrew's back. It just seems like there are a population of people who do not want to follow a pattern, and they just want the video to be the pattern. And I don't make videos like that. Um, and uh, so I don't know. I might just try my hand at that. And then when I do come on live, I'll just work on whatever I'm working on. And there won't be this pressure to, like, do the entire thing and capture absolutely everything. We've been stretching. I did get up and stretch, but I had a yarn barf. So if it seems like I didn't get very far, that's the reason why. That really slowed me down. And I think I'm on my third side of this round. This is border round 2. And so I do think I'm going to take a break after this. I want to, oh, I want to keep going, but I think I'm going to take a break and eat, and um maybe I'll come back later tonight. Like, I would like to say I'm going to come back tonight and finish, but to be honest, I don't really know if that's feasible. Um but I am motivated to get this completed, um because, like I said, this doing an entire full-size blanket on from start to finish on lives has been a really big undertaking, and I don't think I'm going to continue to do it going forward. I think I will do smaller projects. Like, I was thinking about maybe doing my shrugs, because I know people really, and people like the shrugs. I've had a lot of interest in the shrugs lately. So maybe I'll do something, along those lines. Or maybe I'll do, um, like, I don't know. I feel like the chaos would be much easier to tackle. Something like that. Uh, so, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do next. I got to figure it out. But I know what I'm not going to do, and that is make a full-size blanket of this size from start to finish on live videos again. Heather, I'm making a blanket. This is border round 2 and it has 7 rounds. I forget. I think it was 20. 20 or 21, something like that. I'll count them again when I finish this up. Let's just do a little rearranging. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I'll have 19. And then today would make 20. So let me just throw another one out there for today. What's everybody watching these days? What are you watching on TV? I love figs. Chicago Fire. I started watching this show on Apple TV called Constellation, and it's so good, but it's like one show a week, and you gotta wait for them to come out. And I really don't want to wait. I'm like, just give them all to me. I just want to watch the whole thing. It's so good. I love movies like this or shows like this. Stranger Things. I loved the first season of that show, and then for whatever reason, I just couldn't get into it after that. I really want Outlander. Hey, Anna. I know, isn't it? I don't like what they did to us with this freaking half season or whatever this was. It was just wrong. This was like 2 seasons in a row. I didn't know the season was over. And I kept going back, like, thinking it was, thinking it was going to be on, like, on Sunday. And I was like, oh, I guess there's no new one because it's Easter or something, you know? And then the next week I was like, okay, it's not Easter. Outlander's going to be back. And it wasn't back. And I was like, wait a minute. What's going on? It's on Netflix right now. Yeah, but it's not the new one. Do you know how many times I've watched the episodes? Like sometimes I just like I get in a funk and I'm like I'm just going to watch Outlander from the beginning. You know how many times I've done that? And the Harry Potter movies and Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones. Just like let's start it from the beginning. Back to the Future 1, 2 and 3, you know? I practically have the whole thing memorized. In fact, I haven't watched the last season, but maybe 2 or 3 times. So maybe I'll go back and watch, the latest season that ended halfway through. But I think I've already watched it like 3 times. And I'm mad at it. I'm mad at it. Stop ending the seasons. Stop ending it. Just keep it going forever. They have got to make Jamie travel into the future. Like, if that does not happen, if they don't make him go forward, honestly, I'm gonna say I never loved Outlander. I'm going to renounce my love of the show if he never goes into the future because they're they're foreshadowing it. They've been foreshadowing it since the very first episode. Now I see the blue yarn you talked to me. Yeah, it was the colors were weird. Now it does look like closer to this, but it doesn't match this either. It's not the same. It's more green than this. but it's not as green as what it was looking like before. And I don't know what changed. I really don't. And this yellow is not that bright as what's showing up on TikTok. It's showing up like bright yellow, but it's not. It's more of um, a soft yellow. What would you call it? Um, I don't know. It's not this bright primary yellow, but what's showing up on YouTube, though. Definitely not. Colors look really weird today. Almost to my third corner. I guess it would be my fourth corner. Music's getting louder. Thank you, Nora. It's a Furls Odyssey. It's the only one I use, but unfortunately, they're no longer making them. Although one of my followers said they tried the new metal crochet hook that the Furls uh, came out with, and they said it's comparable. They feel that it's comparable to the Odyssey. I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know. Middle Furls is good as Odyssey. I mean, is it the same though? Does it have the streamline shape? Because I don't really care for the streamlines. That's my break. So I'm just gonna finish this round, and then I'm gonna break and go off live for a couple hours, and I may What time is it? 5 o'clock. I may come back tonight. I don't know, because I've been on here a long time today. We'll see how I'm doing. I've been on here for 4 hours. But I am just so motivated to finish this guy. I really want to get this done. So my original goal for finishing it was the end of January. And then when I didn't meet that goal, I was sick. I was like, I'll finish up the end of February. And even last week I was saying, I do not want to take this blanket into March. So we're already 3 days into March, and I'm still here with this blanket, and I'm ready to move on to other things. I got a couple of books to write, so on eBay they're selling for 100 and yeah, because you can't get them anymore, and they're really good hooks. They're ergonomic hooks. And if you're not using an ergonomic hook and you crochet every day for hours I just crocheted for 4 hours, been on here 4 hours crocheting. If you're not using an ergonomic hook and you're crocheting every day, you're just asking for injury. Seems like this time I landed on the corner again without having to fudge. This is my last side for border round 2. I know I didn't take a break at 60 cuz I'm going to end at the end of this round. So I'm cheating a little bit. I know last time I let it go off and I didn't get up. I have a feeling if I stop too, I'm not going to want to come back later, but I really want to get this done. I don't think I could finish it in one day. I still have 5 rounds to go. That's a lot. When you're going all the way around the border and it's not just like straight single crochet. Even for me, and I crochet very fast. Hi, thanks for joining. I'm almost done. Are you still using those bamboo inline hooks? When was I using a bamboo inline hook? Maybe on one of my old videos. Are you talking about an older video? In the Star Blanket tutorial. Yeah, that was before I started using Odysseys. That's a really old video. I'm in the process of redoing the Star Blanket videos because this is last round of it going viral and people making it. It just drove me crazy with the stuff people were saying. So yeah, I'm redoing them. You like the clovers? I mean, I the Odyssey is definitely my hook. I'm just concerned because um they stopped, stopped making them, and I I stocked up the last time they, when they restocked them. But I notice I leave my hooks with my projects, so I'm already like, even after that last restock, I don't know where all those hooks went that I restocked. I bought four each of my three favorite sizes. So I spent like $400. And one of them was defective. So I had to get my money back for that. Yeah. Oh man, that sucks. But yeah, I'm just worried that I'm gonna lose them, and someday I'm not gonna have the size that I need, and I'll have to figure out how to use something else. But they said they're gonna come up with a new Odyssey, but I don't know. I liked the original Odysseys. They were more tapered. And then in, the more recent releases of the Odysseys, they were using more of a streamline inline hook, and I just didn't care for them as much. But I mean, they're fine, they're usable. I just like the older ones better. I am making a star blanket right now. I'm making one. Oh, that's really sweet. Yeah, I think I remember those inline bamboo hooks. I think they were from the Lion brand outlet. I had just gotten them down there, I believe. And I just kind of had them sitting on my desk, and I was like, oh, I'll try this. I didn't have a real preference for for a particular hook back then. And also, I've updated the Star Blanket quite a bit since I made those videos. And I even think that I even think in those videos I'm saying I don't like to count, and I'm not putting any stitch counts in here because people, you just correct the stitch count and they don't fix the real problem. But then I did go back and correct all this and put stitch counts in all the patterns. So there you go. I'm using Scented Stitches Stitch Balm, which is an aromatherapy balm. And you put it on your finger where you tension the yarn, and the yarn picks up the balm and the oils and the scent. If your friend is struggling to make the star blanket, don't just try. Listen, I'm just going to keep saying this. No one's going to y'all are not going to listen. Follow The pattern. Stop trying to make the star blanket off of the video. And then I can tell that y'all just use the video, and then the first, 8, 10, 12, 14 rounds are perfect. And then after that, it starts going all haywire because you don't have any more video to follow. I know exactly what y'all are doing. You're not listening to your crochet mama. Listen to your crochet mama. Follow the pattern. Andrew's laughing at me. It's just like the 6-day blanket, the kid blanket. Nobody ever wants to swatch. Never swatched, never will. All right. Well, when you come in and you haven't swatched, and then you're like, what am I doing wrong? You didn't swatch. I used to be a college professor, so I treat my patterns like college courses. And I treat my customers like students. I have known this for a while, but I'm sure people get irritated and then they come to me sometimes with their frustration. And I'm like, you're not going to get a good grade with that. Totally treat it like college. Oh, I used to have the students come to me because I taught yoga and dance in a very diverse environment. And so I had a lot of students who would take my classes just to get that one more credit that they needed to be full time for financial aid. And I knew this. The problem was they thought that they could just take one credit of yoga and just put it on their schedule and never show up, or just come one time or come whenever they felt like it. And I was a very fair instructor, and I would say, you come in here first day, everybody has an A. You miss a class, you have a B. You miss another class, you have a C. You miss another class and you fail, and you're done. And so if you want to get an A in this class, all you really have to do is show up. And I had assignments that I gave them too that they had to do because I had to give them a grade. But they were, things like do a gratitude journal for 30 days, stuff like that. But if they didn't show up, if they missed 3 or more classes, they got an F and they were done. And then they would come in on the last day, or it would be, the night before grades were going in, and they would be like, oh, professor, I'm gonna lose my scholarship. I'm not gonna be Phi Beta Kappa. Well, a Phi Beta Kappa student, a true Phi Beta Kappa student, would have paid attention to the requirements for the class and gotten an A. And how are you going to go back to the scholarship committee and say that you failed the easiest class on your schedule? I started crocheting when I was 7 years old, and I'm making a blanket. I'm almost at the end, and then I've been on here quite a while. And so I'm going to take a break, and I might come back later on tonight. I'm going to eat something, and I'm probably going to, oh, there goes my overhead camera. All right, since my overhead's out and I'm only this far from being done, I'm only this far from the corner. So I'm just going to go ahead and stop here because I want to make sure I get that corner join on YouTube, and I'm just about ready to be done anyways. So I'm just gonna stop here, and maybe like I said, I'll come back later tonight or tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure what my calendar looks like, but I am on fire to get this done quickly and move on to the next thing. All right. So thank you for hanging out, and maybe I'll see you later or tomorrow. Bye.